Hello, hello. What is going on? Hope you are doing well. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. Going to be working on some diamond painting things. Hey, Level Crossing kid. Thank you for, tolerating that mediocre joke. Drinking up goods with service. It was supposed to be, kind of a play on goods and services, but, working on goods with whatever. Not as good as it could have been. Going to be working on some of these Ramses blanks here. Whoop. Yep. Going to be turning those. Once I finish these, I'll be working on some other stuff. Do I know you? No. I don't think so. Not yet. Where are you from? I am from North Carolina in the U.S. Yeah. Wow. Are you surprised? What are you surprised about? Don't be surprised. Oh, from the UK? Cool. Cool. What type is of, what do you do? Are you a turner or, oops, sorry. Looked at the wrong one. Are you a turner or what? Hey, Michael, how you doing? Yes, indeed. Good evening, good morning to everyone around the world. Level Crossing kid, it's me. Oh, well, that narrows it down. Is your name Mario? It's me. I'm Mario. Ah! Oh, yeah, wait. Yeah. Hello to everybody around the world, indeed. Hey, let's go ahead and get this. Oh, gosh. Wow, that needs to be adjusted. I am slacked in here, man. What is going on? Let's go ahead and pop that down a little bit more, huh? Maybe make that a little smaller. Yeah, there we go. That's better, right? What's happening on the agenda today? Great question. So today is going to be diamond painting pins. We're going to be finishing those. I've only got a few more of these and then some larges. So we're going to get through those pretty quickly. And then we're going to go over to working on these. So these are for an upcoming show. They're going to be a little different. So we have these blanks for the bodies. All the bodies are from the same type of blank, and then all the teal caps are going to go with half, and then the purple caps go for the other half. And then we'll be working on the sections, trimming those babies down. So yeah, it'll be a lot of shaping today. That'll be pretty much the entirety of what I'll be doing. I'll be shaping, getting stuff into shape. Just not myself. I am in A shape. Yep, I'm in A shape. Won't make you do anything different. Hey man, if it's something that you mention or say, and I'm like, you know what, that sounds pretty interesting, I might just stop and do it anyway. So, but also on the other hand, don't be offended if I don't, because I do have production work that I've got to get done before, at a reasonable time. But yeah, Level Crossing kid, man, it's good to see you from the UK. Let's see. My name is John. I am the turner here at Maverick Workshop. We make pins. My wife makes blanks, and I turn them on the lathe into pins, whether they're diamond painting pins like you see right here, or the other thing that I really like doing is making fountain pens, and that will be the other thing that I am doing a little later today once I'm done with all of this turning. So, if you could do me a solid I would really appreciate it if you hit that like button. I'll still be here. I got at least a few hours of work today, so you got some time, but you know, if you like the vibes, man, go ahead and hit that like. You know what I'm saying? I had a look for the ring chuck you showed yesterday, and they're not cheap. The cheapest you found was 80. Woo! Well, like I said as well, you could use a jam chuck. You could use a jam chuck. All you need is just a stick, basically, and then you have a 4-jaw chuck, and then you taper it, and then you can support it and then do the ring. Yeah, that's good. That's good. If you don't have a ring sizing stick already, you should. That way you can continue to do like internal cores potentially, or adjusting any of the sizes of things. I don't imagine you're going to be adjusting ring sizes right now, but you know, this kind of thing that might be worth looking into a little later. But yeah, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. However, you know, I think about it. When I was thinking about making a course or something, I was trying to figure out what actual price I'd be doing for it, and what I came up with was like, you know, if I just charged what I charged for making one of the things, would that be unreasonable? And that's not a rhetorical question. What do you think? Do you think that's reasonable, that if I teach you how to make something, I would charge how much I make from making one? That's not unreasonable, is it? Because once you learn how to make one, then you can just make them over and over again. And, you know, you're kind of in charge of the whole production element of it at that point. So, I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought. Let's see. I want to go to college, either online or in person, to study every branch of zoology. That's awesome. An RV. Right on, Razorback Gaming. Some of the places that you go, you might find it difficult to get some service for gaming, but you know. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. Have you ever seen that movie Into the Wild? I hope you consider at least looking at the description of it. So that's kind of what that person did, and the craziest part about it, well, spoiler I guess, but there's a crazy twist at the end, but I won't say it. Let's see, how to figure out how to hold on. It says between, I have core channels and then another one doing it does. Do you have like a 4-jaw chuck, or just a chuck in general? Because if you have a chuck, just get a stick, or trim that down to that size or whatever, and then be able to hold the piece. Let's see. Personally, I couldn't do it. Pricey. I need to come above the homemade. Yeah, so Michael, for that, man, it's going to be, you're just going to have to figure out how to taper, really. It shouldn't be that hard, and it also doesn't need to be that precise. So, I mean, it should be pretty darn close, right? But it doesn't have to be exact. Now, there's another way, depending on the type of ring you're doing. There's another way that you could use like double-sided tape and put it onto a waste block and then drill into the waste block and then shape it basically on its face like this, where you're going straight in. But you'd need to have really good, I'd say that that's a little bit risky, but it could work. You could also like two-part epoxy it and then put it onto a blank, like a scrap piece of wood, kind of like this piece right here. So if you have something like this, you put it in the jaws, or four-jaw chuck, you face it off, then you glue your blank to that. You could drill, whoop, you drill right into it, you core it out where you need it to be, and then you turn it to the shape that you want it to be, and you part it off after sanding and everything. If it's still on there, and if it does happen to come off, then you'll have to just move to your tape and chuck. Let's see. Abdullah, hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Michael, did I see it? One of the 2.5, 375. Hey, that's good. You're good to go then. You're good to go. All you need to do is grab the piece of wood and then turn it into taper. So you'll need to get like the smallest measurement and the largest measurement, and then create different stair steps for in-betweens. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, my thoughts, it'll just need taper from the large size and small size. Yeah. Glue tape over the end so it holds. Yeah, that could work. That could work. One of the main problems I would say is if you're using only wood, you'll run the risk of breaking it because wood doesn't like to really be in that shape from what I have experienced here, at least making rings. I've got a ring that I made over here, completely out of legume vitae, but I have rearranged, and I think it's in my other drawer over there. So I can't actually get it right now, but it cracked on me when I put it on my finger and then made a fist. That caused it to break. So, whoops. Let's see. In a totally different thought process by the sounds of it. That's the beauty of it. That is the beauty of it. If it sounds like whatever you got in mind to work, do it. Because I can't visualize necessarily what you're thinking about with the information that I've got, but yeah. All right, let's see. Let's send it, man. The rings are fun. They're pretty simple to do. I'd say another good resource for rings is watching some Turner's Warehouse. I'm pretty sure they do lives like that pretty often where they're actually making the rings on stream. Let's see. Zebrano, I think it's Zebrano Rings or something like that. He does a good stuff. Let's see. Patrick Adair, probably somebody that you've seen if you even have a Facebook and you've shown interest in the craft world. I seem to see him all the time. But yeah, that's good for him, obviously. Did I know your name was Ring Doorbell Test? I did not. I did not, but I do recall Ring Doorbell Test. So, no, I didn't. But now I do. And I'll probably forget because it doesn't look like it resembles much of anything, and it's hard to make a connection or association. Let's see. Let's see. Let me true this up here a little bit and hop over here. Okay. Thank you. You're doing a good job. I appreciate you. Appreciate you saying that. 23. Okay. All right. So, Michael, I'm going to give you a second, and then I will take just a moment to read that. Okay. No, I need this one first. You can match the ring to the wood size of a drill bit. Drill out the center of the wood blank. Insert it into the ring blank like a pin. Yes. Then add the glue in the ring blank. Yeah, that's good. With the wood glue around it, then add it. Tapered wooden ring. Yep, the glue tape should allow you. Now I would say that the only real main concern I would think of is that it's going to be slightly offset, potentially, if you don't do those levels correctly. So as you're doing your taper and you're creating flat spots for the different rings, then what you may need to do is ensure that each one is perpendicular to the x-axis here. But no, that is another way that you can do that. Basically, I've just told you the different ways that you could do it. And there's probably still even more ways to do it, you know? But the best thing to do is find out a way, repeat it a few times until you get comfortable with the different steps. That way you can learn the steps first and then start deviating just a little bit. Don't deviate too much at one time. So try a couple different processes, feel it out, see which one you like, and then work on that particular process for a little bit, and then fine-tune as you continue. If that makes sense. So that's really the gist of it is, and that's the other thing about turning in general is there's a lot of different ways to do it, right? You can buy a specific tool and be able to do it. You can adapt and overcome if it's something that's, you know, you don't need to do many of them, or you don't care to do many of them, or you're unsure if you want to do many of them yet. So that's a good cheap or inexpensive way to begin. Yeah. The other thing with that is you could use different types of wood to get practice on. And worst case, you'll have to turn the wood off of the core because of whatever reason. It's not that big of a deal. You just put another one on because the core will hold up. The wood might not. So it should be pretty good. Yeah. And I would go over it, but I can't today. But there's a lot of good resources out there too. And I'm also not, I wouldn't consider myself a ring maker either. I can make rings, is more of what that is. For me at least. I've made them in the past. But there are, let's see, some other ways that you don't even need a lathe to make rings. There is somebody that I've watched that has done it different ways. So there's actually molds that you can get for making rings if you were just into the resin part of it. You could obviously make it just out of metal. But yeah. You don't need a very big square. Like a 2x2 would be plenty. Just try to center mark it and then line it up best you can when you are working on that particular one. You know what I mean? Because you won't have like a lot of room for error, but you'll have a decent amount if you start with like a 2-incher. So it should be pretty easy. Let's see. I have a ring mold off of Temu. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you wanted to make just ring molds, that's a completely different thing, really. That's more of a, I need to get experience with resin rather than turning. You're not going to do much of the turning part necessarily, but rings that have the molds, they always end up with sharp edges. So you'll actually probably be spending a lot of time trying to clean off the edges and also make it look like the rest of the ring, if that makes sense. Because once you sand it, it obviously looks different, and you'll need to polish it to get it back to that shiny look. So that is a way. And that's all I can really do here, is offer you a way. Or a few ways, but I'm always reluctant to say it's the way, because it's only based off of what I know. So you might have a different background or different thought processes and stuff that makes it so you are able to think of it in a completely different way than I did. And that's kind of the beauty of people having different stories, different lives, different experiences, and then you just all come together to work on something that is a similar end result, where, say you're making a pin, but you can have so many combinations of different things that makes it so you're never going to have the same one. So, yeah, buffing's fine. People buff plastic, no problem. You just got to be careful about the heat for the resin. And also know that when you do put buffing wax on, or the rouge, or whatever, the blue rouge, if that's what you're using, that it's basically just kind of covering up some of the scratches, and over from where the scratches will reveal themselves again. But it'll at least have that nice appeal at the beginning, I would say. But because it is a wax finish, and you're handling it, then it could need some buffing maintenance, I would say. So when we sand and polish pens, we have the surface is smooth, as you see. So the actual pen itself is essentially sanded with wet sandpaper, and then the different pastes that we use as well. They're like jeweler paste, but it's been adopted for pen use and stuff like that, because It's just a polishing compound, really, where it's got a somewhat abrasive grit. Um, it's just really, really fine grit, and it gets progressively finer and finer, so the scratches become hard to see. And that is how sanding works. You take big gouges or shapes, right? You pick a shape, and then you cut that shape into it, and then you fine tune the shape, but it's going to have those ridges from the coarse sandpaper. Then you're going to continue with the finer sandpaper, and you'll make the surface smoother and smoother, right? And then you'll get into like the much, much finer pastes that will make it so you will have a very shiny surface that rubbing it doesn't make much of a difference. You can just clean it right back off with like an alcohol wipe or something like that. So that is one of the things to kind of, here you go. Here's an example of one of them that's done, but the polish is still in some of the grooves. So you can look at it, and then when you look at it up close, what you're looking for is like circumferential lines. If there's lines that are this way, because we were sanding it this way, right? You sand it, but you need to get that surface nice and smooth. And then once that's all done, you sand to like 1500 to 2000 or so. Then you go to we use magic juice, and there's 6 steps of that polish. And if you were interested in trying to find your own finish, you know, try something as simple as not using all the steps of polish, or something like that. Just try something different. Whatever you think of that you think might work, do it. And then if somebody, well, I mean, nobody's really going to say anything, are they? But they could, I suppose. Let's see. Plan on doing the white diamond. 1, okay. Beeswax, okay. And final 1 blank just to finish it. All right. Well, it sounds like you got some plans. Now to go on the execution part of it. Let's see. What abrasive do I use? So the paste is called Magic Juice, and it's from Stadium Pin Blanks. There's a lot of different types of plastic polish. You don't need to use this. This is kind of one of the things that makes it so we have the highest quality we can do, right? So we look around and we find the different things that we think would make our product better, or enhance it, or make it more of our own. You know, things kind of like that. But the paste is from Stadium Pin Blanks, and it's called Magic Juice. But there's a lot of different types of polish too. Let me show you, since we're here and chatting about it. You got friction polish, you got resin glaze, you've got Nuvos, you got what's this? I don't even know what this one was. But yeah, you got some Nuvos. There's 3 steps of that. Then here's another one that's for metal plastic. Unfortunately, the bottle's not like old or anything. It's just it was laying face down, and so it kind of leaked onto itself. But yeah, so these are that. If you were trying to make your own, that's going to be something where you'll need to probably work with somebody who can tell you the breakdown maybe of what it is that you're looking to do. Because there's not something like, well, some people, they buy the shellac flakes. And this is like the closest thing I can think of that would be on par with trying to create the abrasive powder part for a paste. But I suppose if you really, really wanted to, you could potentially use toothpaste. Like, it's abrasive. In fact, that would be pretty interesting to try out. Toothpaste. Can you polish with toothpaste? Sounds like a video, potentially. Oh, also, y'all, I am close to the 1,000. I'm close to the 1,000 mark, okay, for my subs. That's pretty awesome. Thank you very much for that, hanging out. Even if you're just stopping by to see if it's something that you're even considering being interested in. I still appreciate you. You know, you ain't got to stay and hang out. I understand if it's not your cup of tea. But I don't just talk about that, so I do talk a lot about small business type of stuff too. I don't just talk about turning, making pins. But yeah, it's really exciting. Exciting. Getting close to that point, you know? Like when you start, you're like, oh my God, this is so far that I have to go. And then you finally start making decent progress, and then it plateaus, and then the light kicks on again. Wanted to make your own. Is there any? So abrasive powder is varying grits of, I'm pretty sure it's diamond. So some of them are diamond, some of them are probably coarse grit like sand, super duper fine sand. What? I looked at this like 4 times now. Okay, there we go. That's the shoot. But yeah, it's just you need an abrasive. So if you can think of something that's abrasive, try it. And then if it works well, package it and sell. Or not. You can give it away. Tell people how to do it. But, you know, you gotta do what makes you feel good and comfortable at the end of the day. But I'm pretty sure it is diamond powder. And trying to make your own paste would be challenging, but not impossible. You just have to figure out the right ratio and what kind of paste and all that stuff. Let's see. But yeah, headlight, it might work. Try it. If it's a plastic polish, try it. And especially if some of the plastic polish boasts UV resistance, that's pretty awesome. That's like a free extra marketing thing for you. I sanded it and it's polished with a UV resistant polish, but you know, something like that. Let's see. Yeah, headlight polish could be pretty good. We also had Dr. Kirk's 3-step. We used that for quite a while, actually, before we found Magic Juice. Dr. Kirk, it comes in containers like this. We used to buy them by a lot. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Will. Hey, I happened to just catch that out of the corner of my eye. Thank you for subscribing. Anyway, so this is the Micro Magic Dr. Kirk. This is, it's not that we didn't like it, it's just that we weren't getting as shiny of a finish with it. But it is 3 steps compared to the 6 steps. So, can you polish with toothpaste? Yeah. Yeah. Shoot. Because if you don't already know, toothpaste is an abrasive. it's just a very mild abrasive, and that's how you clean your teeth. If you brush your teeth, I suppose. A lot of sanding paste have hummus or... Ah, okay. There's lots of videos out there on making it. Sweet. Sweet. But I have not made any like that. But I have looked into it and I have considered it, but the reality is Magic Juice, in my opinion, is the best on the market right now. And if you wanted to improve that, you would need to focus on reducing the amount of steps. Now, that actually would be potentially less money, potentially, because you wouldn't be selling as many units, right? So that's another consideration as well, if that was your approach to it, or if you were just thinking about getting it in the first place. Yeah. And I don't know if they have anywhere that you can buy it where you are. If you are in like the UK or wherever, I don't know if you've got like wood shops there, but if you wanted that type of thing there, you could potentially have like a distribution element of it. So you would just kind of network with somebody there, or at Stadium Pin Blanks, and then you could potentially work a dealio like that. But yeah, a lot of things, man. So many avenues. It really just boils down to what you want. Like, what do you want out of this type of thing, or what do you want to do from the thing? Hey, Brian, what's up, dude? Glad to see that you made it. You made it through the night. You were up late working real hard. I was too, on my computer, playing video games. Playing some video games. Looks like a lot of work. Yeah. But see, something that I have come to realize, here's something that I've come to realize from people that are not in the US, is that it's pretty expensive to get stuff from the US. So companies that do want like more traction in other areas, potentially they could do stuff like that. But yeah, everybody's gonna have their secret sauce, but open book, man. Ask me what you want. Shops, websites, yeah. Yeah, that's one of the weird things about shops too, is sometimes we were looking for something, I don't remember what it was, but some of the shops just did not look reputable. It didn't look like somewhere I would feel good purchasing from. So some of them are a little, I guess, shady. They look like there's no life in them. There's just words and and then product. I don't know, it just feels empty. Feels empty when you go to places like that people really didn't care about. But on the other hand, some people, all they want is whatever that is, and they don't care that it's got any oomph, any power, any story, any love behind it. And you know, that's all right too. There's different types of people. It is what it is. Yes. Vinny! Hadn't said hey to you yet, man. How you doing? Good to see you. I read your comment, but yeah. Less and less over here. Less and less. Oh. You talking about shops? There are less and less shops there? You look good, girl. I like you. All right. I've been thinking, how do we do a little bit more talking and like engaging with what the hell? How do we do more talking and engaging? Could bring somebody in at some point. I don't know when. That's a lot of things to think about, but yeah, just wonder if anybody would be interested in something like that. Maybe one of these days I'll have like RJB on here, or maybe Sean. Maybe Sean. Maybe I could ask him. Sean from Worth the Effort, if you don't know. He was one of my mentors from a distance, I would say. But he never knew it, so. I do believe I've said it to him, though. Same with Bob from RJB. Get out of here. Yes. He is. Both of them. I don't know which one you're talking about specifically, but they both are. So, yeah, very grateful that I even met Bob in person when I went to Manassas, Virginia for the Turner Expo. I got some of his blanks too, so I'll actually have to make a pen out of it at some point. It is one of the pins where he's got his segmented stuff on, so yeah. Oh, by the way, the title, it being so close, just so you can rest easy a bit. I'm so close with being done with these for the week. I'm close to being done with the other fountain pens, and the pin show for DC is so close. So all of the things. So we're looking around at different stuff that we're trying to make sure that we have for the shows, like making sure our outfits fit, and our display is going to be good. And, let's see, the display, fire. And we've got good inventory, and we have a game plan for when we go. Oh, baby. But yes, they are a wealth of info, and trying to go back and do and like putting myself in a position to where I was a brand new Turner is challenging. So sometimes I'll go back and look at the videos and it'll bring up, you know, fond memories from when I was watching it before, and you know, the excitement that I would get when I was thinking about different ideas and how to incorporate them, and just cool stuff like that. That it might be nerdy to some people, but you know, for turners, man, there really wasn't a lot of information out there from, like, I don't know, like 5 years ago maybe. And then I think people like Andy Phillips and Oliver Gomez and Jack Mack and who else? Those people, RJB, yeah, all of them. I think they have done some good stuff and reigniting, or maybe I'm just new to it still, relatively speaking, to the whole turning one, because it's been around for a really long time. It's just, I think now it's actually, since the whole lockdown times, that people are able to. What is that? Outrage. That is an outrage. How are we going to fix that? How do we fix that? Any ideas, y'all? All right. Is this how you fix it? Is this how you fix this? Loosen it up a little bit. Okay.
What happened?
Nothing.
That's what you saw in half.
No, I didn't do that. I don't know what you're talking about. Will you pass me that drill bit down there? Holy shit. Sweet. Thanks. Don't mind me, just making lemonade.
So now it's toothpaste.
Yes. Yeah, so that just happened. That's cool. Not. A little bit cool, right? You weren't expecting that, were you? No, Abby wasn't. Oh, it makes me happy. All right, so all I'm doing is re-drilling the hole here. So that will absolutely need to be cleaned up a bit, but I think you can still make it happen. Okay, let's go ahead and see if we can finish this baby up. Okay, grab. Oh, just use this one. Boom. Where'd the other one go? Roll under the table a little bit. Whoop. All right. Well, let's see. No. Sometimes. Oh man. There you go. All right. Yeah. What happens when you make a mistake? See that big old chip right there? Not cool. Here you go. This is what I did here. Oh man, yeah. Now we're just gonna. This shit right here. This is custom. Oh man, I cracked myself up. All right, what shape are we gonna do? How about like a taper and then a bulb? A bulb. Yeah, let's do something like that. Okay, so we're gonna come like this. Yeah, that's good. Oh yeah. All right, now this. I don't know. I think I might have to smooth that part out. Boom. All right, now we got a little stubby. I need to trim it down to something like that. Yeah. Well, I don't know. This kind of gives me the what's the thing from Wally? Here's that little the feminine one. It is not. It is not. It's not that. You're in timeout. 5 minutes. It is not a plug. It is for external use only. Eva. Yeah, that's what it is. It's Eva. All right, let me imagine holding this. Okay, so if I'm holding it like this, you know what? That's a decent shape. I'm not gonna mess with it anymore. I'm gonna level that out actually, or taper it better. Little Eva action. Doesn't that look like Eva from Wally? All right. Well, I guess we'll just make its partner about the same, huh? Okay. Now this one's going to be harder. What are we going to do with this one? Let's see how we're actually turning. Okay, so that's going to have to come back. All right, so we're just going to level this, leave that bulgy, and we'll do kind of like a bat type of end here. That'll be good. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So we're going to focus on this side first. Because then we'll make everything else match back up. There we go. Now we're getting something. Getting a little bit. Come on. Come on. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna make that a little smaller now. Oh yeah. Okay. Now how do we make this look nice? Hmm. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? It looks like a club now. Like a billy club. Or a tire thumper. Uh-oh, now it's starting to take a different shape. This isn't going well. Alright, so we're looking more and more like a fish now. Alright. What do we think? What do we think? Is that going to be a good one or no? Okay, okay. Alright, that's weird enough, yeah. That's pretty cool though. Let's see, is this comfortable to hold? Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Dude! You know, it's kind of like a baseball bat slash bowling pin shape. If a bowling pin and a bat was put together, that's kind of what that looked like. Alright, so we went from, you know, this, and then had a chip out, and then made these. So sometimes, you know, we try out different stuff. This is a tiny micro. Here you go. Sorry. False alarm. Just a moment. There we go. Hey, don't knock it till you try it, okay? Ergonomics doesn't always look beautiful. Okay, look at that. Crisis averted. Inventory increased. More units. And see, when you make lemonade out of a lemon like that, you don't know necessarily what you're going to come up with. Sometimes you just start cutting and then something starts taking shape. Okay, let's see. I think we're going to do a captive here. So we like that standard, well, my standard. So we'll do one. So it needs to be able to go like all the way down here. Even more, actually. More. Yes, that's better. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Little captive ring action here. That will be a ring itself. And then we'll go ahead and do let's do a little bit of this. Some of this, yeah. Looking good, looking good. Y'all see it yet? Y'all see it shaping, taking its shape? All right, let's add another little bead right there. Son of a gun. No. Okay, let's see. Hello, Mirror. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. I'm John. Having a good time here. So, welcome. Oh, there we go. Okay. Determining the shape from here, I do it with the diamond tool. Let me look at something right quick, because I can probably make it so... Hold on. Video. Okay. No. Oh, there we go. There we go. Hey, what's up, Ben? How you doing, man? Hope you're doing all right as can be. Oh yeah, nice and smooth. Look at that. Just kidding. That is not. No. Okay, okay. Do a little of that. A little bit of this. Boom. A lot better than, yeah, I bet. Okay, now we got that a little leveled out better. Now we're gonna do a sneaky cut behind, under it, I mean. Yeah, we're gonna do a little sneaky cut behind it. Or, again, under it. Jesus. Get it together, John. Okay, here's the handy-dandy screwdriver. And I do just a little bit. You don't want to go too far. Then you also want to like make sure you got a good size of ring material there that you're going to use for the captured ring part. There. Now, I think I should probably use that particular tool a little less, but just a little bit, because it kind of creates a deep groove. Hey Lawrence, how you doing, man? You pretty much missed the whole stream. I'm just kidding. Good to have you here. I was considering not streaming, but man, this turnout's fantastic. Glad I did. I appreciate everybody being here. I was close, man. I was close. I was already like, I was sitting down and I was, you know, typing it up, and then I was like, you know what? I don't know if I want to today. And then I went in, had a little cafe, and I was like, I got this really awesome idea that I'm just going to be thinking about all day. So it's hard to focus on other things when you have something like that going on. So I think the best thing for me to do in this case is just chat to my peeps. But it was relating to a clip, a pin clip. But you know. All right, as y'all remember, if you're doing a captive ring, leave it in place. That way you can sand it, and then you'll go back and then you'll part it off, and then you can sand the under part. Otherwise, you're going to have to deal with trying to sand this while it's free. And that would be a pain. But that's actually how I did it the first couple times. Because initially I was like, you know what, I think I could do it this way. And I tried it, and then I was like, maybe I didn't do it that well. So I did it again with a different idea in mind. Tried it again. It sucked. So my solution was leave it on there, sand it, and then boom. Close to 1,000 subs, and we're also close to 4,000 watch hours, so appreciate y'all. Just letting you know. That's what we're so close to. So close to the pin show, close to being done with these, close to being done with the Florida fountain pins, close to being practically YouTube famous in the pin making world, huh? Pinfamous! Oh, when I first heard that, that was funny. I heard somebody say pinfamous. I was like, oh my goodness. I haven't been in this area long enough. But I am definitely not pinfamous, so don't think that is the case. It's just a funny word that I heard. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I've thought about going back and like kind of recapping some of the history of fountain pens, but it's going to be hard, and it's all going to be like extracted from you know, like history books, and I have a old pin book that's not published anymore, or not in. Not being printed anymore, I mean. Fabian, hello. How are you? Oh, here you go. There's that part. But man, oh man. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. So I wanted to get out here and I wanted to crank these things out so I can have a little bit of free time to try out a different idea. I've got a different type of pin clip idea that I think I can do. It's a new to me idea. So I'll see if I can even do it, or if it just doesn't want to work for me. I don't know. It'd be pretty cool if it did, but it'll take some time and some grinding and some trial and error, and I don't think would be all that fun to watch. But I could be wrong. Tessa, hello. Fabian, hello. Good to see y'all. Hope you're doing well today. What are we doing? What are we doing? 32, okay. I found a praying mantis this morning on the on my metal lathe. Just hanging out. I got a little video of him that I put on my Instagram and TikTok, I think. Yeah. Just a little guy dancing around, having some fun. There we go. Okay, okay. How do y'all like this silk shirt? I got it from Goodwill. I went thrift shopping. It works. It works. It's a little warm, but you know today is a little cooler than other days this week, so it's pretty good. Oh, Lawrence, what we're going to be working on today is the rest of these, obviously, and then the other thing we're going to be doing is working on some of the Florida fountain pens, I think. They're already drilled and ready to be shaped, so I'll be spending like all day here. Hello. I don't understand what you said, but hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well, having fun in the shop today. A little toasty, but you know what? Fun nonetheless. Also, I think I have it, so if one of y'all subscribed, it should pop up. So I don't know for sure. Wait, hold on. It needs to go up one more. Okay, now it should work. So if somebody wanted to try that, you can unsub right after, but if it does pop up, yeah. Oh, it did. Okay, okay. It did pop up. Thank you. Oh, Lordy. Not that one. Nope. There we go. All right, that one wasn't the right one. I guess. What? Yeah, that should be it, right? video camming. Why does it look so small? Oh, that's because nobody... Okay, I see. That's why I had it so big. Alright. I don't know if it will, but it should pop up now. I don't know. Anywho. Shoot, what y'all want? What y'all want to see? What do you want to see? See some diamond painting pins getting made. That's what I'm talking about. You know, when some people, they talk about like the link or something, or the YouTube video is like, I made, you know, $70,000 off of making this simple thing, or $5,000 a month with making one simple thing. Yeah. Well, all right. Some people, man. People, they, the reason they do that is because they've already put all that effort in to get in front of your face in the first place. So, it's kind of interesting from thinking about it like that. What's up, Phantom? I see you over there. You got some aliens, you got some ocean waves. Reminds me of a joke. Reminds me of a joke. The joke is, what did the ocean say when you left? Nothing. It just waved. Come on, that's a good one, right? Yeah. Funny. Oh man, yeah. Phantom, you're I appreciate you being here. We don't really need any more emojis though. It's enough. That's enough. All right, Phantom. Tried. In timeout now. In timeout. Can't be having this type of nonsense going on, huh? People can't see what others have said in the past. Stuff like that. No shenanigans. Sergeant No Fun. Anybody ever heard that? Oh man. Sergeant No Fun was somebody in the military that that was always the fun police. It's where if you're having too much fun in the military, that one leader has to come over and like break it up, because you can't be having fun, okay? No fun. So the person that was always, you know, well, you see, safety, or yeah, just breaking up a good time. From Sergeant No Fun, and that made its way to the house. And so now my kids sometimes get to deal with that. But I was an instructor before, so. So do y'all have, does anybody know the difference between cadre and an instructor? Or is cadre just teacher? Like, is there a more specific definition for cadre? Anyway, that was one of the words that the instructor staff was called the cadre. Anyway, good times. Good times. But anyway, there was like we took the Sergeant No Fun to the extreme, and one of the guys, he did like a little skit where he's like, this is a quarantine zone, there will be no fun had in this area. We need everybody to break it up. Sergeant No Fun is here. Break it up, break it up. Quarantine zone is in effect. Anyway, it was funny when it happened. I reckon that's one of those things where it'd be better if you had at least somebody there. But you can imagine it, I reckon. Hold on. Whatever. We're going to continue with this one. Hey. So the reason the noodles are coming off like that is because this is relatively thin right here and this is relatively thin right there, and I'm pushing a little harder than I probably should. But that's going to cause that chatter that you may have heard of or seen or experienced yourself. So you're just going to try to really use the bevel part and then try to smooth that out. So yeah, if you do encounter something like that, just try to smooth it out by using the bevel even more. So it's not perfect, right? But you can, it's a lot smoother than it was. It did have the ripples in it before. And those are no bueno. I don't want those. Did y'all see that girl from Eurotrip? Man. So Eurotrip was a movie, and there was an actress. It's probably a couple years older than me, but she is no longer with us. Kind of crazy. Turning wax, man. I don't know what kind of wax would hold up like this, but no, I'm turning resin. This is a Lumelite clear slow resin. Abby makes the blank He's over there sanding. Yeah. But good to see you, the guy 87. It turns nicely. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Lawrence, and your one-finger typing skills, man. You the bomb. Oh. All right, so we got that captive ring done. I'm gonna just put this down here for a moment and then grab the captive ring. So this little guy is ready to be parted, and then I'll work on the little bit of what I got left over. And I know that it probably sounds redundant for me to explain something before I do it, and then I do the thing, and then I kind of recap it. But the whole point is so you can learn. So that's why I do it. Uh-huh. Let's see. Yeah, that's good. Oh, that's good right there. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Big Max? What's up? Hope you're doing well today, man. It's a glorious day, full of opportunity. Anybody know what that is from? Come on. Come on. There we go. I was in there way longer than I should have been. All right. You want to keep coming over here? Fine. Let me find my painter's tape. We got some painter's tape?
What?
Where the blue tape? The blue tape. Yeah, thanks. Alrighty. Because it wants to keep coming over, we're just gonna pin it in place here. And using painter's tape so it doesn't get sticky. Okay. Boom. Good. Stay over there. There. All right. Whew. Sweet. All right. Plenty of room. That looks good on the underside. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. So you saw that one little almost shelf type of thing that was right there. When I went straight across, I didn't actually catch my first, or one of my grooves. So I had to remedy that little bit right there. Not that big a deal though. Not a showstopper. Hey. Oh man, we're feeling good today, Max. We're feeling good. I don't know why, but just feeling it. Just feeling it. I think today might be the day. Is today the day we reach 1,000, as well as an extra like 100 and I guess about 125 hours or so of watch time. You gotta earn it. You gotta earn your views and subs and stuff. That's why I'm here to earn it. Yep. Hey, thanks. It's a sweet Goodwill shirt. If that's what you were referring to. Oh yeah. But yeah, man, it's I guess it's one of those things for me that it doesn't even register, I guess, until it'll actually happen. I suppose I am. I don't know. I guess a little weird when it comes to that, huh? Weird. What is that? Man, that blank. Kind of crappy, huh? What happened was on the inside of the compressor or pressure pot, I think one of the other molds that was sitting on top of this one, I think it created like a little vacuum and caused it to pull the mold in. But yeah, that can happen if you cover up the tube, then you don't have any, and the resin doesn't have anywhere for the gas to, well, in this case, not escape, but it doesn't have anywhere to go. And can end up creating a little bit of a vacuum. Righty. Anybody do any shopping yesterday on Amazon Prime Day? I did, but none of the stuff that I was looking for was on Amazon Prime, so. I ended up getting a pair of socks, or a set of socks. But still. You're not able to? Me either. Me either. Abby does all of the ordering for us. If there's something that I'm like looking at or whatever, I'll just send it to her and she'll probably ask me why, and then I'll be like, I want it for this, and then I'll get it, and then I'll put it away, and then not look at it for a little while. But it was for that idea that I had at the time when I ordered it. So I guess that's just how it goes. For me, at least. Awesome sauce. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Oh man, we messed it up a little bit. Gotta fix that. How are we gonna do this? That. Good. A little like that. Look at that. Saved it. Saved that. Whoa. That's gotta come out. Ha! Nailed it. Good stuff, good stuff. All right, got a couple more, man. We could do it, we could do it. And then we'll change gears. Oh, yes. What goes in that one? We're talking about the blanks diamond painting pin. Yeah. The diamond painting tips go into that. Whoa, that's way off. All right, we're gonna do an asymmetrical one on this baby, because we just make it happen. Goodness gracious. I used to worry about people never calling my phone, but now it's like the complete opposite. Now I don't want people to call my phone anymore. Alright, not entirely true, but, you know. You don't want people like, hey, you interested in selling your property on whatever? No. If I was, I probably would have reached out. Don't you think? No. You keep it. Oh, this will be okay. We'll continue. Yeah. Oh. Do you have the latest life insurance coverage package? Oh, your health care. Oh, that's great. Are you interested in a new loan? No. Go away. And see, people are naturally creative. And so, in some cases, people are like, hey, can I offer you a new loan? It's at a nice low rate. Boom, perfect. That's what I love to hear. Then you have just a ridiculous amount of people. No, I don't want anything. But they think about what they could buy with that amount of money, and then they're like, "Oh, I just pay for it a little later. It'll be all right." Is he making rainbow toys for gays? Larry. We don't speak that way here. Not cool, man. Not cool. But no. You're in timeout. You're in timeout. Not okay. No, they're diamond painting pins. They're craft handles. What goes in them? Tips. You put a tip into it. The tip, let's see if I have a single placer here in a moment. But they're tips for ergonomic craft handles for people to diamond paint for many, many hours at a time. Yeah. But if you were interested in turning kind of like this, then you could do like diamond painting pins, sure, go for it. And then you could do crochet hooks, anything that's, you know, you've got a handle. You can look at it and be like, you know what I want to do with that? I want to improve or make it different, whatever. Man, Larry. Let's see. This one, well, a little bit of a different style, I reckon. More like a slim version here. This side looks like cheddar. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. It's gonna continue, I reckon. Oh man, it's never a dull moment when people look at these types of things and they don't really know what it is that they're looking at. So you get a lot of well, things that are said, I guess. But what can you do, man? What can you do? Oh, yes. Boom! Alright, this is going to be different. A little different here. Let's see. Do we have any... Tips.
Diamond painting tips?
Yeah, DP tips. Perfect. There we go. Here you go. There is what it looks like, all like done and everything with the tips in. So it's a craft handle that people will they will put wax or putty into the little brass tube here and run it into the piece. That way you basically use the brass tip to cut a piece out, and then it stays inside. And then you're able to grab drills, is what they're called. Some of them are resin, some of them are like acrylic. And let's see. Yeah, some of them are resin, some of them are acrylic, some of them are just like straight, plain, not a fancy plastic. But yeah, that's basically what it is. But yeah, this is what we do. This is what we do. Of course, man. Of course. But yeah, the tips, they're really common. A lot of people that diamond paint would most likely already have a whole bunch of them. But we still send one with each of our pins, or not just one, but they have their choice of multi-placer, or they just get a default one. But that's just kind of like how you would like to set it up, kind of thing. If you were to start selling them as well, or making and selling them, I guess. Yeah. Pretty cool. It'd be really cool. But yeah, we make. Well, you see me turning them on stream, or you have maybe not. But turning them on stream is pretty simple. I've turned them quite a few times at this point. But yeah. And then something else I'll do is when it looks like I'm doing something that requires like a significant amount of focus, I'll use that as an opportunity to think about what I'm going to talk about next. Oh man. Let's see, you might not even know that because it just looks like I'm doing a little tedious thing. But on the other hand, I am, sometimes focusing on it, but sometimes not. What? Okay. are we doing now? What are we doing now? What are we doing? You want to talk to Abby for a minute? Huh? Or will the view count go down? We've got 52 peeps here. Is it going to drop like flies when Abby comes over? Or, because I just have her, you know, kind of have a little intermission for me so I can, you know, go hydrate, take care of business, and then get set up and configured for the other thing that I'm going to be doing. What do y'all think about that? Oh, already happened. It already took a nosedive. All right. Well, anywho, I'll be right back. I'll just leave Abby alone. I will be right back, friends. Oh, yeah. Well, aren't you a peach? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Aren't you a peach? It is. It is indeed a peach. Yes. Alrighty. I don't know if you've noticed, but in the background there, working on some diamond painting pins that we just finished up. So we can wipe that off of the board, huh? Man, that's fun. That is fun. I love it. Yep. All right, so now would be, do we want to start making a new set of pins or working on the Florida pins? That's what I need to know. Not from you. Let's do a vote.
Okay, you're gonna start. Are you still on stream?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Sorry. I thought you were done.
Anything else you want to talk about while we're here? Oh, I'm just kidding.
Do you need to show them the pastels so they can decide what they want?
Sure. Pastel prism or
Mermaid or the pins.
will you move that cam?
Over there. You?
Yes. More, and a little down. Thank you. Perfect.
That's it?
Yeah. Orlando Mermaid. All right, come on. We need some engagement here. Get some love. Let me know. I'll show you them here in just a moment.
Yeah, and it's for fountain pens, not.
I'm going to be working on some fountain pens. So if you want to see pins that are already in progress, I just need to shape them, or do I set up for turning brand new set?
Some of those are possible for them already. You want me to take one here?
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, so pastel prism is one of.
Oh, shoot, wrong one.
Where am I? There we go.
Make this.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a good Thursday and enjoying your stream with John. So the mermaid pins are for the Orlando Pin Show, and John's got them to the point where they just need to be shaped. And then the pastel prism,
You can show it.
I'm going to, I'm just standing where the camera can see me for the moment. Maverick and Goose. I have to be Goose. Oh.
What?
Said it's Maverick and Goose. Hey, Lawrence. Yeah, I'm Abby, John's wife. I do all of the blanks that we use, or most of them, and I do all of our sanding, finishing, etc. So these are the pastel prism blanks. I'm going to put them over on the other camera so y'all can see. So these are probably my favorite batch that I've ever made. John turned a pin from them, and the swirls turned out super consistent, and I did a little bit more like concentrated colors in this than I have. Well, John ate one of my peaches that I.
That peach off my mouth.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had to pick a. Geez, this is getting dirty sounding. I picked a hard peach.
I like the soft
like
one.
The really soft one.
Well, I do.
What?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. Anyways, pastel prism. One of my personal favorites. But these are just blanks. So you'd watch John do the whole process of, you know, the whole thing of starting from blank to fountain pen. And then we've got, these are going to be the Orlando exclusive this year. And their name is going to be some version of mermaid. This is not working. Okay.
So I just call them Orlando Mermaid for now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So we've got two different versions here. They all have the same body. So these are just, these blanks down here were called mermaid. And then I poured some new stuff that is going to be the cap So the cap and body, so we'll have 2 different versions. And the sections are going to match what the cap is. So we've got like a sparkly purple that's going to go on half of them and a sparkly teal on the other half. But they are already at the point of John just needing to shape them. So right now they're just super silly looking, you know, pins. But they need to be shaped. And then these ones will be done. These don't have to be done until Orlando. The pastel prisms I would like to bring with us to DC.
Man, you were really hard selling the pastel prism.
Hey, it's winning anyways. That would be my vote.
All right. Well, we've got another 10 seconds. 20 seconds.
So
20 seconds.
Because I would prioritize finishing these.
20 seconds. Vote closes.
That's good. They're voting for what I want you to do. Yeah. Ugh. Anyways, I'm over this.
You threw my pins all around.
I did not. Sorry. Maybe I did. They're still in order, though. I made sure they were still in order. Oh, my God. Ugh. So, yeah. I'm super happy with these. I just posted, if you follow us on Instagram, for the Maverick Pins Instagram, I posted the end of...
All right, that's it. That's it. Poll's done.
Hi, Big Max. I'm fantastic.
All right, pastel prism.
Yay! I would cast a vote for that, too.
All right, Orlando it is.
Boss. Y'all need to stop saying that to him. It hurts his feelings. Plasma prism.
Ooh, sounds like a new blanket.
Ooh, that does. It sounds like a really cool idea. I already know what it would look like, too. And I'm actually about to pour another set of blanks that are, what did I call them? I think it was Cosmic Swirl, but they're similar to the pastel prisms, except for they're just the pink, blue, and purple part of it with the same kind of swirling. These have been, I would say that these are probably our most like popular that we've remade and done over and over again. But these are my favorite batch yet. So I'm super excited to see the pins from this. I already had a couple people that were like, are you bringing some to DC? And I'm like, yes, I already was. But now we definitely need to make sure that we have a variety. People are already planning to come look at them in DC. Yeah. So,
hey, if we can reach our goals, man, that'd be dope.
What's our for your stream? Okay.
So I don't know what I'm gonna do, but once it happens, that'd be dope.
That's okay that you misread it, because honestly that sounds really cool.
Heck yeah, it does.
I like the name, and we'll have to make something that's along that.
This was inspired by Lauren, one of our VIP streamers.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, John's getting pretty close. Oh, hello, Sean.
Sean, what's up, dude?
People were just voting on what John's going to do next. He finished up the diamond painting pens. He's going to start on fountain pens. And it was voted that pastel prism is what he's going to work on from scratch.
Boo.
So he really, because he's got a bunch of pens over there that are almost finished. They just need to be shaped. But they're for Orlando. And so I'm like, do these first.
You know, there's nothing more I love than starting shit over and over again.
You know that is literally what we do every day.
Right.
Every day.
Okay, here's a compromise.
Okay.
If you've ever read the book Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss, he's an FBI negotiator, and it's Never Split the Difference is the name of the book, and compromising sometimes doesn't actually work out, because if the example that he uses is if we go out to a fancy dinner and I want to wear black shoes and she wants me to wear brown shoes or white shoes, then then if we compromise, I'm going to have one black shoe and one brown shoe.
The book is super interesting.
So
I really enjoyed listening to it.
In this case, I'm going to make it a win-win, to where I'm going to do all the sections. That way I can put them into their bodies, and then I'm going to continue from there. Yeah, if you haven't read that book, it's a good read. It's a good read.
It is. It was super interesting. I really just thought his perspective was super cool. Dowsing rods. I thought dowsing rods were just like wire. Aren't they just like bent wires that you like hold? That's all I've seen is like in movies and stuff.
I don't know.
When they use them to find water. Anyways.
But yeah, that's what we're going to do. I'm going to turn these sections. Bloop. These little guys. They're already measured. I just need to turn them and shape them. So.
Bunch of sections and then start a handful of pastel prisms. And it's good. 235. We'll see how much he gets done by the time we're
235. That's not good. You should start there.
What? That's what time it is. Well, you can clean up first. And
you know what? Here we go. Maybe if we get to the subscriber, I'll finish my series on bespoke pin making.
Oh, we said the mic's off?
It's because you keep touching it. Stop touching it. Just keep it still. No, it's on.
Can you not hear us? I was watching it the whole time.
Yeah. It's probably because I went over that way and was still talking. Are you done talking?
I'm done. Bye.
Bye, Abby. Some of them, and I've seen it myself, and it works. I don't know what dowsing rods are.
So it's like I'm not old wise, sort of. You hold these wires and you walk around the property and they cross. That's supposed to be where you're supposed to dig a well.
Oh. I don't have very many doomsday preppers on my my client list.
It's not a doomsday prepper thing. It's like an old-fashioned when they didn't know where to dig for a well because they didn't it's a back in the day thing.
Do you know why that lady fell in there? Fell into the well?
What well?
It's because she didn't see that well. Yeah, get it together, you. You get it together. You get it together. Can you hear me now? Used to find water. Nice. See? Thank you. Thank you for teaching me that. And even if Abby knew it,
You're welcome.
You know, I actually received the information from you, Lawrence. Abby can tell me, but it won't do anything. It means little to nothing. I'm just kidding. It means everything to me, Ab. But yes, that's what we're going to do. We're going to turn sections, and then what can we do? Man, I really want to think about what we're going to do, Ab, for if we do reach our counts. What are we going to do?
I don't know. They need to vote on.
Well, vote on what?
I don't know. What do you want to do?
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know.
You want to give away a pen? You want to give away blank? Supply?
Vertical, no sound. Weird. Huh. Do you hear me on YouTube? Abby? Well, I need to know.
I'm working on it.
Because it should be fine. I don't know what I would change. So I...
You did do something.
Sean! Thanks, Lawrence. Sean used to be my guy. Now he's not my guy anymore. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That was both awesome. Vinny, thank you, buddy. Thank you. All right. Anyway, what do y'all think would be cool? I don't know. Or maybe I'm too cool I'm too cool to do anything for it, huh? It's like, oh yeah, whatever. Another notch on the old turning hilt here. No, but I want to do something. Because those are significant milestones, you know, that supposedly the first 1,000 is the hardest. You know, establishing a relatively decent
Maybe things get hand blanks to go with it.
Foothold.
Something like that.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
That'd be good because then it's for makers.
So, what do y'all think about? I don't know.
If it's not a maker, you make it. If it is a maker, they get to make it.
And then send it back to me. All right, what'd y'all think? What'd y'all think? So Abby said, if you're a maker, you can opt for a pen kit and a blank. So you can make a pen kit with one of those, or I can make you a pen here on stream, or something, or both. Maybe both. Not for one person, but to have multiple winners, huh? John. What? Oh, the Terrifier. I don't know if y'all know much about Halloween Horror Nights at Universal, but that's kind of been mine and Abby's thing since we first went to the Orlando Pin Show. And Abby is a planning wizard, and she plans everything, and she comes across cool stuff, so I actually get to do and enjoy those types of things. That she plans for us. And Halloween Horror Nights is one of those that we were taking the kids to Disney, and we kind of found out about it while we were already there. And then we were able to get some tickets and you know, get to experience Halloween Horror Nights, which was really cool. It is like, if you like scary haunted houses, or you like scare zones, or if you like what else is there? They use a lot of what is it? A lot of scary movies of that year, or they'll even reach back into the records too and pick something else. But apparently, one of the houses this year, there's like 10 or 11 houses, haunted houses that they have, and one of them is going to be the Terrifier. Universal does also use some like so they call them IP houses, but it's people that like created a story, and all the story kind of comes. Sorry.
IP houses are the ones that are from things that exist, like the Terrifier or the monsters or whatever. It's intellectual property. The
Oh,
other ones
okay.
are they make them up. They're original. Yeah. Have these IPs.
Okay. Well, as I said, she's the whiz when it comes to that. Naughty. Yes. Cool. All right. So I'm gonna work on these first. I know. I kind of didn't specify that, but I'm gonna do these first. These are some of the sections that have to be made for the special pins that Abby has been working hours and hours. Make the mix and match. Yeah, that's what the plan is, man. They're gonna have the caps and the sections are gonna match though. Although that is actually a pretty interesting idea that I believe Kaweco is doing with their Kaweco Sports. If you know about fountain pens, Kaweco is from Germany, and let's see, made in Germany, and yeah, it's actually one of my preferred pens. I actually have Lilliput in my pocket. This is a copper Lilliput. It's the Kaweco Lilliput. It's super, super small. Like this up top to bottom, it's just over 3 inches. So there's the 3-inch mark right there. So this is a very small pin. You watched a guy from Texas who had on a house and he makes all the costumes. That's cool. Do you guys have any red ebonite? Not just red. What kind of red are you thinking? Like if it's just like a blood red, no. But we do. I'll grab some of the ebonite actually, because it'll be interesting to kind of see. I've gotten these out before, but you know, with different people, you end up doing things multiple times, and which is totally fine to me. But yeah, so these are all the different ebonite rods that I've got right now. My fingers aren't long enough. This one looks bad, so this is going to need some love. The texture is just reminiscent of like a Twix bar, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, these are the other ones, the ebonite blanks that I've got, and you can see kind of the inside. You can kind of guess what kind of insides that they're going to have based on, you know, the cross section. But this one is a red and black one, and then this is the other red one that I've got. So these are the closest. These are the closest that I've got to just red. This one probably more so, you know, based on the outside, but it's hard to tell until you know, turn it down. So brighter colors is what we were going for initially, but I guess ebonite being as dark as it is, just because it's vulcanized rubber, I think it made it so it was quite a bit darker than we anticipated. We did custom rods for the sections, and those rods they came to us like this. Whoop. Yoink. They came to us like this, and they're 1 meter long, about 3 feet long. And so these two rods, the green rods, you can kind of see them. These two greenish rods, the bluish rods, I guess they look like that on cam. Weird. They look green here, they look blue there. But these two we got made, and yeah, those are the sections that go with. Those are going to be the material I make the sections out of. Which is, one of them is right here. So what I got to do, really, this looks unappealing. At least this way, the way it is. So that's going to be a little bit of a, well, it actually shouldn't be that hard. Okay, so for our section, we're going to go ahead and mark it where we want to cut it. And instead of cutting, because I don't need to take off too much material, I'm going to try just supporting it and then trimming it down and seeing how well that goes. Other times I just take it to the bandsaw and cut it, or I would just grab it and then trim it down. Oh, you know what? With these, I haven't done the other side. Ugh. Never mind. Never mind. False alarm, JK, LOL smiley face. Anyway, the ebonite is a good material to use. I have found that if you're trying to drill it too hard and you push it out the back end, it blows out. So you can blow out the back end of ebonite. If you're just trying to drill all the way through, I broke a couple, I'll show you. if I can find them. I do keep them, so use them as examples of messing up or what not to do. Shoot. Well. Ah, there you are. All right, my bad. So there we go. When I was I was all done and everything, and this, you can kind of see it, how it cracked and stuff. But yeah. So careful when you're drilling. Had a couple. One of them I don't really understand what happened, so I just have to keep an eye out and be, a little bit more considerate when using this particular material. And so that's the beauty of, having a couple extra pieces to practice on, because that was not supposed to happen. And it didn't happen before when I had turned ebonite previously in the same manner. So it's just something to kind of keep an eye out for. If you're working with different material, they're going to have different properties, and having a different plan for them, if it doesn't work out, is also probably in the best interest. Because let's see, we got this. We're going to go 12. Yeah. I saw a good video today that I bookmarked. It is about calipers. Yeah, it's about calipers. And is expensive calipers worth buying? Or are expensive calipers buying? I don't know. I don't know. All right, I should change the title. Change the title. Yeah, forget it. Laziness kicked in. But yeah, we're going to be working on the sections right quick, and we'll get them turned down, shaped, and all that jazz. Yeah. Cool. And away we go. Boom. You like to see your pins being made? Ah, okay. Right on. Well, Lawrence, I appreciate you. That's, the intent. Here's another realization that I had when I took my break. And I was thinking about people worried about others copying them. And then I was thinking about how many ideas people have. And by people, I guess I mean myself, because I don't know how many ideas other people have. But if I think about how many ideas I have in a normal day, if somebody copies me, I wouldn't necessarily think that I was being copied, because, well, at least off the get-go, I wouldn't think that I was being copied, because there's only so many ways to do a certain thing. And then here's the other thing that's weird is if you're making like a regular basic pin and then you're mad about somebody copying your regular basic pin, it's like, dude, don't do that, because it's a basic pin. It's just a section barrel cap. You can change the lengths of the different things, but you know, if you are so worried about copying, then you're probably just not going to do anything. So best thing to do is do your own thing, then do it a lot. But if people are so worried about that type of thing, I think in some cases, what that means to me is that they're quite limited on where they can actually be creative, right? Doesn't that kind of make sense if you think about it? Where it might not be, you know, one for one, but if you show something, or if I show you something, you know, I wouldn't be surprised seeing it out in the wild, you know, because, you know, you kind of showed it, you know, I don't know, a little weird of thought, I guess, but it's like, are you really limited on creativity that you don't know another way to do this? But then, on the other hand, here's a counter argument to that one. So this is what I do in my head all the time. Anyway, here's the counter argument. Well, I put all that time in to figure out how to do it the way that I wanted it done, and then I have refined my process so much so that, you know, I have a really good systematic approach to doing many, right? Or doing quite a few. And what am I doing? But yeah, so there's one, it's like, on one hand, you're like, nah, don't copy, that's bad. But then on the other hand, it's like, okay, well, there's like a bazillion ideas out there. Why don't you just combine that idea with another one of your ideas and then make that one work? But, you know, some people, they get, I guess, territorial about whatever it is that they've been spending so much time doing. And I'm not immune to that. Like, I actually avoid watching other people make pins. In some cases, like, because you don't want to, it's good to get like foundations knowledge and stuff like that, and then if you're working with somebody, you know, working on your process, looking at their process and doing things like that, that's a little different. But for one-on-one, it's like, oh goodness gracious. Let's see. Like me in your mind, you're an expert because of YouTube. Dude, you might be an expert. It's just a matter of what you're an expert on. So maybe you're a master YouTube watcher and nobody can compete with your skills. Or your ability to like be engaged in whatever it is that you're watching. Like, I think that's actually kind of a good talent to have. I got that kind of thing when I went to church. Like, when I was a kid, I don't know many kids that enjoyed going to church with their parents and stuff, but it was a lot of sitting there and, patience, right? Because you had to wait for everything, and then you had to be quiet the whole time. For me, that was hard. So I don't know. Anyway, I digress. But yeah, if you're staking your thing on one idea, it could be good. It could also backfire. So just be ready for either way. And also, if you are doing something that somebody else is doing, it would be, obviously not good, but the best thing you can do is talk to that person and determine if that's something that you still want to do. Because if you're not looking around, then you don't know what you don't know. So if you didn't see it anywhere, then it doesn't really exist to you, does it? Like, obviously it does exist, but I'm just saying, if you had an idea, then you went and did it, and somebody was like, hey, that looks a lot like this, then it's like, okay, well, now what? What do you do at that point? What do you think? What do you do? Hey, how you doing? Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to Maverick Workshop. That section, I think, was shorter. It was a tiny bit shorter. Not as much as I thought. But yeah, it's, just keep adding different techniques. Because one could be replicated. Two, it would just continue. Like, I don't know. Kind of, I guess it's one of those things where some people care, some people don't. Some people, flattery or imitation is the greatest form of flattery. And then other people, it's like, don't ever copy me and this and that. And it's like, well, what do you want to see happen? I don't know. I just like people being able to learn and then being able to apply whatever it is that they want to make it their own. But I think people need to understand that in order to get like a foundational knowledge, you'll have to create something that was already done before, so you can practice whatever, and then you can learn it along the way, I suppose. That's what I did, but just saying that some people are protected, and no different here. It took me a long time to get to a point where I was like, you know what? I want to teach people how to make pins that I'm literally making. So in a way, it's kind of weird because on one hand, you're thinking about fueling your own competition. On the other hand, you're like, I am a part of a community that is carrying on a thousands of years old tradition type of thing, where you are creating writing instruments or functional art. So depends on the person, I guess, at the end of the day, but If you have learned something, you have copied. Yeah. Yep. Even counting in language. Yeah. And see, that's where it's like, at what point is it copying? So I don't know. I don't think that if you're like exactly replicating what somebody else is doing and exact dimensions and everything, well, what are you going to do about it? Nothing, really. And see, that's totally cool too. All right, even if we did something like this, to where I said, all right, fam, here's what we're going to do. We're going to send out pen kits to everybody, and then everybody's going to use, like, I don't know, Purple Heart for it. And the reality is, these would probably end up different every time. So each person has their own flair or whatever, and whatever it is that they're doing. Even if you're using the same kit, the same wood, the same everything, it's not going to look the same. But it's a pen, and it will function the same because you're using the same stuff. Like, most makers either use Bach, Jowo, or they actually buy other nibs from pens. Other pens are vintage type of pens because they really like that size, or they like that flex, or they like that material, whatever. But at the end of the day, if you're a pen maker, you're going to probably be using Jowo or Bach nibs because that's what's most probably the greatest value for what you're getting from a company that's been around for a while. And obviously that's not digging it Jinhao or anything like that, because I was thinking about doing a Jinhao series. A fountain pen where I get one of the fountain pens and then we break it apart and then we reskin it. So reskinning basically just meaning changing the color of the outside, but getting an idea of the fit and finish of everything. That way we would be able to potentially repair them in the future. So when you look at the Pilot Vanishing Point and then you compare it to the Jinhao click pen, they're a lot alike and the price difference is drastically different. So you're obviously not getting a Pilot nib, but you know the function is probably on par. But that's kind of what I wanted to see, because I have a few Pilot Vanishing Points, and then I wanted to compare it to a Jinhao, and then just kind of break it down, like from, I guess, how I look at something like that. But yeah, everybody kind of, okay, here's a good example. Here's a good example that you can try right now. When you look up, what do you first notice? Or when you look at the screen, what is the first thing that you notice? Other than the obvious. Like, obviously there's a person right here. But what is the next thing that you notice? So just kind of thinking about it, if people did respond, what would happen is you would have different answers. I don't expect people to respond, but I'm just saying it would be something that everybody would have a different thing that they noticed, whether they're looking up or looking down, whatever. All kinds of things. So the lathe, and you watch it spin. Yeah, I mean that's kind of like the the ASMR style or ASMR part about this, I guess. Like, I like watching turning. Like, I would just sit there. Well, if I had to, I would be sitting there and I'd just be watching some people, how they do different things. And I always relate it to maybe what I would do or how I can incorporate it into the media that I use. So if I see somebody that, here's another example that, you know, I've thought about. So I was thinking about making a piston filler, and then I was like, what's a different take on a piston filler, or who could I talk to that might know something else about liquids or things like that. So
okay. Sorry, I got sidetracked. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
What was it? Oh yeah, it's like a little ASMR type of thing that you watch, which is nice, you know. Some people, I'm sure, turn the sound off so they don't have to either hear the machines in the background or even don't want to listen to me, which is also fine. But you know, having the different machines making the noise and my chatting, you know. Come on, baby. In vertical, you see the chat on the bottom half. Yeah. Yeah. I do have a horizontal, like, playing or going now as well, but it's set to private. But I usually post those after the stream is over. And I usually move it around, but it's mostly looking at the lathe, so I can get, if I really wanted to, I can go back and get different parts of the pieces that I did, should I want that for a future video or example. For example, I mean. Oh, that's done. But yeah, in vertical. In vertical, you see the chat at the bottom half. Yeah. Well, that's also on purpose. I'm putting the more exciting stuff up top, but also showing that there's a real person right there. So, and even the my presentation might not even be what you like to a format that you even like to watch. So that's another consideration. There's so many. But if I do start on the pastels, by the way, I will need to reposition the camera that's looking at the wood lathe right now. But something I was thinking about doing was, you know, giveaway for pins or pin kits or different project kits. I don't know. I got quite a bit of stuff that I could part with, no problem. And I'm sure somebody else would get more immediate use out of it. So. It's fun. It's fun. I enjoy it. I like giving. Lovely. All right, one more blue and then purples. I think I was talking about patents, actually. That's what I was talking about. My bad. I got sidetracked. I remembered. So I was thinking about making a like piston filler or a eyedropper. And what kind of profession do you know of that deals a lot with liquid, hoses, tubes, you know, things like that? Is there a profession that you know of that is savvy with different types of tubes, gaskets, and things like that? Well, a plumber, right? A plumber might be someone who has insight how to control liquid inside of maybe a pin. But you're using what they already know and then you're shrinking it or adapting it to fit what you want it to be. Anyway, it's like just think about other people that might have knowledge that you don't, that would be worthwhile for you to maybe learn about. And even if not, it's still good to talk to people, because who knows, maybe in the future you would need something like that. So that's networking is actually one of the reasons why I wanted to be on YouTube. And it's a way to like talk to people, share different ideas, and you know, see the different work and the work ethics that people have, and you know, kind of formulating how it is that you want to be. Maybe there's a lot of different ways to view like everybody watching the same thing. Some cases they just see something completely different, or they'll internalize it completely differently. So maybe a sentence or a phrase means something to somebody, but it might not have the same effect on somebody else. It's interesting. You've seen people make a saxophone out of wood? Nice. Yeah. Saxophone out of wood. Has a mouthpiece. Interesting. I have not seen somebody make a saxophone. Although I did see somebody, well, you gotta kind of frame it initially, because I was watching somebody create flies for fly fishing. They had the little setup, they had the thing on there. And so when I saw them twisting it around to try and keep the fly, or to give it the profile that they want it to have, and then I had also seen like billiard cues on the handles, how they're wrapped with a fiber, with a string, and then it's all closed up, or not. I've seen it both. But the point is that you combine different things that you see and hear in your own creative way, I suppose. Yeah, and then you, like, if they're doing that on a fly fishing rod or a fishing pole, whatever, then why wouldn't it work on a pin? So what you end up doing is creating like a little channel, and then you could put string in it if you wanted, like, or something else that's like very nice or appealing or tasteful, or, you know, those types of things. Let's see. That to me is hard. Yeah, making flies is, you know, a very involved process. But you're making that fly. When you're making it, you're thinking about, like, how does this look to the fish? So you're repositioning, trying to make the best presentation for what it is that you're offering to the fish. Now tell me that this isn't a parallel with something that might be familiar. Because it is. It is familiar, or at least it should be. If you've ever applied for a job or a college, or tried to sell anything or something like that, that's what you're offering, you know. But while you're crafting it, you're thinking about who it's for or what it's for. And so a way to think about that is the fly makers are making something that they want to be appealing to a fish. And so that is a representation of what they believe a fish would want. Now, it could be right, it could be wrong. That's not the point. The point is that they're trying those things, and that is what they've got in mind. So when I'm making pins, I'm thinking about the end user, like, or when I was designing the pin, I mean, and while I do the shaping. But I think about how it's going to be held in the hand, and how people are, you know, how people like it. You have a fly tiling kit. Be the ball. Be the ball, yeah. I mean, I guess that could be a way to summarize it. Be the ball. If you were making this for, I don't know, I think it's more like, imagine the destination I haven't. Oh, I haven't. I've never gone fishing with a fly rod before. I was just watching the lure making. But I've also watched like those. Have you seen the shows or the competitions that they have at fishing conventions where there's like there's some buckets. There's some buckets with like pools of water in it, and the intent or the goal for people is to be able to use a bait caster and sling it and then land it right into that pool. So some of it's precision, and these people make it look so easy. They're really, really good. But also, if you haven't seen it, people that do the longest fly casting or something like that, I forgot what it was exactly, but basically they whip the rod around and then they'll end up with so much of a line that you need so many serpentines while it's in the air. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. So if you hadn't seen that, it's pretty cool. There are people who make beautiful flies, yeah. But see, some people, they make them good looking for you, and then other people, they make them good looking for a fish. And so if it's like shiny or sparkly or something like that, be like, oh, that shine. Fish love little bits of glinting or whatever, because that's what minnows, well, predator fish at least. What? But yeah, they like the shiny stuff. They'll go after it because they think it's like a little minnow that is like not able to swim correctly or something. Which is nature doing its normal cycle. Alrighty. What time is it? Alrighty. Got a few more. Oh. But, you know, those people that make the flies aren't actually getting feedback from the fish, other than if they bite it or not. And if you know the behaviors of a fish, then you'd probably be able to make something that's most appealing, for sure. But on the other hand, you're not going to get feedback other than if it catches a fish or not. Oh, Lordy. Doesn't seem like people want to hear about fly fishing stuff. It dropped. That's okay. That's alright. Don't miss the other part. Unless they come back, I reckon. Are these calipers calibrated? Or am I just like a 10th off every time? What's going on? Yeah. What's going on? Yeah, close and recalibrate. 0. This is a, kind of a boring part, I suppose, for watching the method. But yeah, I'm just turning these little pieces. Each of these pieces have at least 15 to 20 minutes into them already. So if you did the math on that, kind of give you an idea of the intricacies and time, at least it takes for me to do it. Okay, a little bit more off the back end here. Boom. Perfect. And I think my mandrel is getting a little tired, so it might be time to replace it. Or at least patch it, which I just peel it back some more and make sure that the threadeds go deep enough. If not, drill it out a little bit more, and all that stuff. Okay. Not quite. Almost. And not quite. Of course. Maybe I need to zero myself and recalibrate. Golly. Like, if you think about it, this pin could be going to someone that is going to be signing something that's like life-changing for them, or they'll be writing notes down that are, you know, extremely meaningful to them, and I don't know. So, you know, you kind of think about it in a way like that, then it kind of changes the perspective a little bit, doesn't it? Okay, bring this over there. I got to reposition the camera. We're going to change gears a little bit here. Yeah. Change gears a bit. Get up nice and close. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to move this little guy. Just a moment. We'll hop this little guy right on. Okay. There we go. Where do we want to go with this? Ooh. I'll try a new view. See how this goes. Just a moment. I got to reconfigure the stage here. I think you're going to like this view. There we go. Okay. Whew. Man, that took some effort here. This arm is weird, but it's also really quite nice. Brain isn't braining. Okay. I think that is going to be a good view. A little different. Oh, of course, I've got it right in front. Hold on. And we need to rotate. There, what do you think of that? That's pretty good, huh? You can only see it a little bit. I could even move that. There. Gotta dance. A little dance break. All right, so we can actually have some a little bit of quiet time. Move this. It's good, good. Okay. There we go. There. All right, here's the metal lathe.
Ooh, ah.
Here it is. This is the carriage where the praying mantis was. Which orientation?
Same. Okay, so what happens is
You want white sections?
Yeah, so, no, you did translucent as the sections. You did this, and I think it turned out really well because if you cut down here, this is going to be the most white.
Okay.
So I'd rather that be what gets turned away.
Okay. Okay. Let's do it. How many are we doing?
How many you want to do? I'd like to do gray, but we have some over there.
You
that
get
are from
3.
3. All right.
I'll start 3. Because I might be able to finish 3. Well, not finish, but, you know, bring them to shaping. All right. All right, I'm just grabbing some of my drill bits. Need drill bits. If you don't know, you drill a lot for making kitless fountain pens, or making pens in general. You drill a lot. Well, look at the view. Is that a good view? We all getting like vertigo. Because I usually have it the other way. And I could flip it. Would flipping it be good? Let's try it. Let's see what that looks like. Transform, rotate 180. Hold on, let me finish. That's like Vertigo Sentry right there. I need to bring it out some more. Okay, well that is officially not good. I'm going to rotate that back. Eh? That's pretty good. Right? Alright, good enough. Alright, I am going to go ahead and face all of these. Faced. Whoop! Hot potato. It is like 3:45. All right, so 3:45. We start the clock. Hello. How are you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. There you go. Okay, boom. Now I can measure more accurately. This is what those are looking like right now. Yes. And then grab my little card. Maybe we'll throw an Ebonite pin into that mix. Alrighty. So cutting that away. Boom. So there's the section. So this is going to be 1. And this is going to be 1. And this is going to be 1. Because now we got the cap, which will be that big. Then the barrel. Mm-hmm. Okay, that'll be 2, 2, 2, and then tree. You don't have to do this marking or the numbers or whatever, but it does make it so you can keep track of them a little bit better, and everything will just be good. All right, we're not going an Ebonite in the mix right now. All right, to the bandsaw. I'm going to go cut these into their 9 pieces that they're going to be. I'm going to break them apart, or cut them apart. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right, got all my pieces. I cut the blanks up. gonna try to organize these back into here just a little bit. Nothing too crazy, man. Just putting them back together a little bit, so I know the pieces go together. Good. Good. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay, so from here, I'm going to trim the face. I don't know what to do with that thing. So, sorry. So, whoops. Oh, that was my little. Oh, nope, not my little thing that I wanted. It's okay. Hillbilly. Hillbilly. Oh man. Knew a dude. Knew a dude. That's just redundant. What ifs? What ifs? This is the exciting world of pin making. Could have darkened that line up a bit, but we are almost there. Okay. One side of the section is almost done. A 1. But I'm glad to see you back, Laura. It's fun. Fun having you here. On the other hand, fountain pens do take a bit more focus, so what I had said before about focusing is a little different because, you know, a little bit different stuff, different processes. Threads are nice. Nice, clean threads. Okay, I think 3 will be a doable amount here, as long as everything goes right. And we don't have any detours. Could happen. Could happen. So if you really like drilling, I think that this is a great thing for people. If you really love drilling, I didn't measure it quite yet. Mm. 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 Stretching. Yep. There you are. There you are. There. Mm-hmm. Oh, shoot. That must have got what, huh? Maybe. I don't know. Sweet. Those are good. Okay. Now for the next tedious part. Man, it's like this thing is, it can't be far back enough. Oh. It's better, I reckon. Hmm. Well, I mean, if nobody's here, nobody's chatting, I'll get some tunage going. Okay. I was just kidding.
More like if people aren't chatting, that's all right.
Here you go.
There you go.
I like your dance moves.
Thank you.
Sorry, you can't hear, or you can't see Abby, but she was jamming for a sec. I don't know what she's listening to, but it ain't the same thing I'm listening to. You've always heard if a student passes a master, it's a good thing. Well, I mean, it's more like a snapshot of mastery, isn't it? You know, it's like if they're a master at one particular thing, or if they have refined whatever it is that they do so well, they would be a master at whatever it is specific that they do, rather than the same thing. But yeah, I suppose if it's in the general wheelhouse of things, then yeah, absolutely. You know, when I was teaching, I was actually, you know, building up the camaraderie between other people that I worked with. Like I would teach them how to protect their teams, you know. So it's kind of interesting because my fellow brethren were out there still, and then across the other branches, you got those that you want the people that you're teaching to be able to perform how they're supposed to in order to take care of the jobs that they had. And for us, it was some more of a trauma medicine stuff. So, you know, I had to make sure that all my students, I would feel good with them taking care of my own family. So, and I call them students because they were, you know, learning initially, but really you're teaching them lessons that will take care of your brethren in the future. So for example, if an accident were to happen, we would actually respond to ourselves. And then we would have to be on scene, taking care of that type of stuff. So it was always an interesting thing teaching people, knowing that they were going to be potentially responsible for taking care of people that you know and care about. So.
Quick question: are the custom three? There's 3 custom mega regulars. Are they in one of the other things? Maybe the Mexico. Cool.
Yeah. I like your goggles. They look really sharp.
Thank you.
Do you want me to point that camera at you?
What?
You want me to point the camera at you?
Not really.
Okay. Abby's over there about to make another round of blanks. Crushing them. Crushing the blanks. But anyway, I said that more to say that you don't just pass everybody because you like them or because you're your friend or whatever. It's like, can you perform what you're supposed to be able to perform? And if not, well, it's hard to be willing to pass you and send you down range and you know, all that stuff. Anyway, I guess that's just to wrap up that last little bit of the what I was talking about there.
Go just a tad bit more here.
There it is. That's still fine. Didn't even mess with her. Aside from the section, this is probably the most involved piece here. My headphones died.
Mine did too. You need mine? They've been charging.
No, I'll go get my AirPods. Just a moment.
Are you okay with shrimp tacos for dinner?
Sounds good to me.
Easy and light.
Yep. All right, I gotta go grab another set of headphones. I'll be right back. I don't have to cancel the noise anymore. I am the noise. I am the noise. Here you go. I'll put this right here.
What?
Perfect. First try.
Y'all want to see my goggles? So I'll tell you my story while John goes and gets more headphones. You see? Aren't they lovely? So me and our youngest went to the eye doctor yesterday. I think I talked about this the other day, but I have a degenerative eye disease, essentially. So I've already got eye issues, and apparently I've got like some kind of irritation that I've had for years that is like on the inside of my eyelids. Essentially, it's like bumpy or irritated. And when the eye doctor was looking at it, he was like, I wouldn't use powdered, eyeshadow or makeup anymore. You've got powder under your eyelids. And I was like, I pretty much never wear makeup, y'all. Like, I just don't. I don't wear makeup. We're in the garage, we're sweating. I don't know. Unless we're like going out for dinner or doing some kind of thing like that. I haven't worn makeup in weeks. But I was like, you know what? I frequently am pouring blanks, and mica powder is what they use in stuff like eyeshadow. It is whatever, skin eye safe, or whatever, cosmetic grade. That's what I'm looking for. And some of the micas are food grade, so like I didn't even think about it. And this might not be the case for everybody, but for me, apparently with my very irritated eyes, I now have this lovely set of, I think they're DeWalt, like work goggles, and they do go over my regular glasses. And so now I'm going to wear those when I'm pouring resin, because my poor eyeballs. We're getting mica powder and things in my eyeballs. Woo! So there you go. There's my story. John's back. Did you get your headphones?
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to I'm making some more blanks now with my look. Yeah, these will be. Nice. They're so I'm doing the same style as the pastel prism, except for it's going to be blue, pink, purple blues. So it's called, I'm pretty sure I called them Cosmic Swirl. I'm going to look it up because I would like to call them the same thing because it is the same. Something like that. I don't know. Maybe I'll change the name a little bit because I'm going to pour them a bit differently than I used to. And it's been forever since I've done them. But yes, these will be for sale. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see how our schedule goes. But if we get them out, maybe John will turn one so we can see what it looks like. But tomorrow we do have a special appointment to get to drop off some things. So yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow. I'm excited. I have to get them all packaged, do all the extra stuff with them, but I'm excited to go drop those off. And I always like going to that store anyways. I'll probably end up with like some stickers or some other thing because I can't help it. But anyways, yeah.
You like supporting small businesses?
I do. Too. I love supporting small businesses, especially people that I like and things that I like. And yeah, we do that frequently when we go to the pin shows as well. We like supporting our friends, Yeah. So, and we always appreciate when other people support our small business. And it doesn't always have to be buying something. No, like y'all watching. Yeah, y'all watching.
John's probably still here. He's just working on something.
Y'all watching John and like participating is absolutely supporting, our livelihood. People that share on any sort of social media, really ever supporting literally how we live. So, the last year especially has been hard for all small businesses, and we are not immune to that. So, we like to support other businesses and do stuff like that too, because it means a lot. right? Instead of buying mass-produced things from other countries. Buying
I still buy Quebeco.
Sure. There's still stuff we like. I'm not saying that no one's ever going to do that, but
Even though they're not small makers, though, I don't. You know, they do have people there.
yeah, well, no, things like that obviously support entire businesses, but the support is less felt by the people that work in it and that it matters to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like the people that are actually making, those pens that you're buying from the big companies, they probably don't even feel your support. They just, have their regular job. For us,
just heads down and one foot.
Yeah, which is fine, and they get to, keep doing what they're doing, and we appreciate that.
That is good for some people.
Sure. I'm just saying, small businesses, any purchases or support is felt pretty much immediately and makes a big difference. So there you go. Live sharing, but I haven't seen anyone here yet to shared it with. Well, Lawrence, we appreciate you being here, and even just when you tell people to like it, which I'm sure people have listened. Yeah, it's just even watching, even if you're not commenting, it's very appreciated. So there's my little small business rant in my very attractive goggles.
Yeah, man, those are great.
They're steaming up now, so I need to get back to work. Okay, fine.
Me too. Thank you. All right, I got my headphones. We're good to go. Yep. Okay. First things first, I gotta turn this down a little bit. It's loud. Second thing, you saw that I drilled the barrel, right? I drilled and threaded the barrel. And then you saw that I did the sections, but I didn't actually trim anything down. So this is your opportunity to see top secret stuff. But I won't elaborate much more than that. Because if you don't know, it's just a nuanced little thing, but that is a little secret right there, man. This is wild. It took me forever to figure this out. I don't have a big pen company. Office Depot closes. What do I do here? How you doing, the night owls? I make fountain pens, among other type of writing implements and or craft handles or things along those lines. But I primarily turn on a wood lathe. I usually do just the drilling for fountain pens on this particular lathe here. But yes, I am a turner, and I turn pins. Or other things that I turn around. Just like that. And now we got these and those, and we gotta finish this one.
Speed was too slow. And my speed was too fast. Well, the lathe speed was too slow, and my carriage speed was too fast.
Oh yeah. Cap. Ooh. Oh man. Rainbow in the dark. Almost there. Almost there. Made it. Give that some cool down time. Mmm. Like a rainbow in the dark. Alright, this might seem like a silly thing, but I wish that the travel of my tailstock per rotation was a little better. But I understand that it is a precision dial that requires a little more input. That way you can do more precise things. But you hear me like winding it. So on my wood lathe that actually travels a little further every time you rotate, I could probably figure it out, the rotation, but I'm not going to. But ultimately I think that the screw on the inside of the tailstock over here on this, oh, hold on. On the tailstock. There we go. But I think that the travel is less on this particular tailstock. I am... Let's see. You've seen where a person puts CA glue on the body of a fountain pen? How does that usually work? What do you... I guess I am unsure what you're asking. So if people put CA glue on it, it depends on like what it's going to, right? I don't know. Some people, they put glue to hold specific components together to where they don't want them to come apart. You have people that do accent rings. If you do accent rings, you'll need to cut like a little recess channel type of thing. And then you'll need to glue that into place. But as far as like, if you're talking about like how to use it, you just put it on there. If you're trying to figure out if it does stick to it, it does. Yeah. But yeah, reason people would use wood is to like give it a lining, potentially, and it also helps it on the inside stay together. But yeah, so I think the glue in that particular case works as a twofer, as I call it. But yeah, it serves two purposes. One, it seals the wood, which is good. It'll make it so the wood doesn't absorb moisture. But on the other hand, if that wood isn't entirely set and stable, then it can still take on moisture if you don't completely seal it. Sometimes you'll see people that have made pins that out of wood that was too green, and what'll happen is that it'll still warp, and so the wood will cause the CA to crack potentially. But usually when you trim it down to a thin enough layer, and it's held against a structure, it won't do much. So in some cases, I think some people try to create like a, if you can imagine it like a skeleton, right? An inside clear skeleton, because it'll hold itself right? It'll hold itself, and it'll also stand up on its own too. The CA glue, that is. So you're creating kind of like a wall. But yeah, there's a... Yeah, you're just kind of creating a barrier. Same thing for the outside when you do that. People create an inner barrier and outer barrier. Like when we were doing like hybrids and Fordite stuff, we would CA the outside just to kind of encapsulate that, to give it more structure and rigidity so it will hold up longer. Because the worst thing that could happen really is, you know, you send somebody something and then it's like starting to crack or warp or something like that because you didn't do your part of, you know, doing a little bit of research on some woods that have minimal movement, some woods have more movement, and then the moisture content, you know, is unavoidable to an extent, but you want to make sure that the wood is dry. But I don't turn too much wood, but I usually sleeve wood with, well, either resin or ebonite. I'll sleeve it if I wanted to use wood. That way I don't have to really worry about, well, I think about the ebonite as being the skeletal structure of the pen. And so everything that I put on it, it doesn't have to be as sturdy or rigid. If that makes sense. This one almost lines back up. You can see that little gap. It'll whoop. So it's just slightly off. We could adjust that. Don't want to. Don't want to, though. You could. Now would be a great time to do it if you were going to. What's the diameter of Abby's pen blanks? 5. Oh, whoop. Here we go. Okay, so we got this. So we're looking at 19.3 mil. Yep, which is it's a 3/4 of an inch.
Hey, can you help me?
Yeah, what's up? You did what?
Can you set up the pot for me? I did something stupid.
Yeah, I got you. Pardon me. I gotta set up the pot. Bum, bum, bum. Seal is good. Pot is present. Spritzer connected. Make it dramatic sounding. Yeah. Whoop. Okay. You are sorry about that. This is the compressor that's going to be a little noisy while we get the blanks put in there. What were we doing? Okay. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on her. If she needs me, I will hop over there. Need some help? What'd you put down already? Got some space? It's okay. You good?
I don't think that's gonna be right, but we're.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I poured a ton in the bottom, so it's gonna be.
Thank you.
I,
It's gonna slip.
so
It's gonna slip.
what do you mean?
I don't know.
What do you mean it's gonna slip?
It's gonna slide. It's already sliding down that way, so it needs to like brace a little bit up on.
Is it good? Put it under. I actually poured enough resin for all of our diamond painting blanks instead of for the one I was doing.
Whoops.
So I didn't want to waste that. So it worked out. We'll have to do two blocks too.
It will work out.
Because it's hot.
Okay. Slowly going under pressure here. Okay, good, good. All right. Hey, when that stops, I've got these valves closed.
Okay.
Make sure that it's at 60,
And
not 75, and then open them back up.
Okay, got it.
And then make sure that these don't go past 60. Okay. But they're closed right now because they got to 60, but that thing likes to move around. The regulator, that is. All right, folks. My bad. Well, Abby's bad. I will get the dimples put into these babies and then call it, I reckon.
Let me go check this.
If you're good. But yeah, I have little bits that I can do. No problem. Yeah, you'll know if you've worked with resin before that that is a time-sensitive thing, and it seems like everything all has to happen at the very end. It's like, oh, I got so much time for all this mixing, and then by the time you get to that point, you're like, uh-oh, I'm running out of time. So, especially in the hotter weather. So if you are a blank maker, hotter weather, man, doesn't play around. Which country? I am in the U.S. What about you? Where are you from? Railway vlogs. That's cool. Don't know much English? That is okay. That is okay. I don't know any other languages anymore. I am making caps for fountain pens right now. Oh, that one's already been done. But yeah, welcome, welcome. Indeed. There we go. Look at that. It just looks like a marble.
I know, they turned out so cool. I took a look here. This is the picture that I posted of that finished. The first finished one of that.
Whoa, that's crazy pants.
Yeah, and for me. Super cool.
Mm-hmm. Have we tried refrigerating the Lumalite? No. We just move faster. Nah, just move faster. If you start doing things like that, you'll start getting different, probably curing problems. If I had to guess something, yeah, I'd say probably curing problems would be the thing that you'd run into. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Boom, on. Nope, that there. Boom, 0, 16. Good. We'll come to here. All right. If you have something that is about the diameter that you want it to be, this is a little way to go about setting that up with a metal lathe here. So this is a socket that the outer diameter of the socket gives me the reference point from or of where I want to trim down to. It's not exact, but it gets me close. So that's why I do it. And I will do all the caps this way and then switch it and then do all the barrels. Which state? Which state? I am in North Carolina. All right, gonna have a vacuum, so this might be a little loud for a little while, but it shouldn't take too long. Everything is already prepped, nice and set, so it'll just be a matter of running it. Running it and babysitting it a little bit. Alrighty. We're going to back it off just a tad. Perfect. There we go, 17. Dropped it down a little bit more here. Nice, solid channel, my bro. Hey, I appreciate you. Just hanging out, having some, just hanging out, really. You know, getting a little bit of work done as I do it, so it's nice. We've got some pin shows coming up. So, pin shows and Whoa, dude. That looks so cool. Alright, I gotta be organized again. That's a 1, that's a 2, so this is from the 1. I'll leave those there. 2 and 3. But yeah, man, I hope it does go pretty well. I am from North Carolina. All right, that's a 3. Sorry, it's loud. It'll be loud for a little bit. All right, time to switch. And then if you don't know, these are about 15 mil diameter. So you can, yeah, about 15 millimeter diameter. So if you go to about that, then you can use that as basically your template for the carriage. So a cool little trick, I reckon. It's gonna be a pretty drastic cut. Pretty deep. Oh man, it's a big one. I might have to adjust on the go. It looks like we're doing well though. What thread tap does it take for the nib? For the Jowo nibs, it's a M7.4-by.5. Yeah, it's a. Hold on. There we go. Right. So M7.4
24-5. So it's a very specific one for the Yoho nibs. Same with the Bach nibs. It's a specific one as well. And same with the 5s and so on. So you'll just need that specific one. Never mind. All right. Okay. There we are. These look fantastic. Let me get them kind of put back together here. All right. Sections. Sections are going to need to be turned just like I did the other ones. And then, yeah, I'll show you what we're looking like right now. There we are. Whoop. These are looking sick. So they're partially closed. I guess you'd be looking at it like this. Sorry. This is the top and that's the barrel. So, yeah. Those look so cool. If you know about blank making, color separation is really hard to accomplish, especially for like yellows, like specifically for yellows. Yeah, it likes to get really muddy, but then the whites are always the heaviest pigments, so they always sink to the bottom. So the blank orientation was like this when I did it. So this is the top of the blank here, and this is the bottom, and all of them were cut like that. So this is the bottom barrel, and then it'll be the cap and then the section. So yes, looking good. They're so colorful. I love it. Anywho, that it's 5. It's 5 o'clock. Whoop. So with that,
Any questions? Anybody got questions from today? Any questions from today, huh? I'm here. But yeah, it was a good day. We turned some diamond painting pins. We turned some fountain pin sections. Turned some other fountain pin. Now we have those prepped up. We've got 3 in queue that are up almost to the point where we just got the other ones. And so I'll be working on shaping those tomorrow, or starting with another set of blank, or maybe one specific blank from those, depending on how that goes. But yeah, I think that will be it for today. So I really appreciate you, and I will, you know, keep working on my goals over here, right? My sub counts and that stuff. So I was at 874. I don't know what I'm at now, but 874, and I needed about 125 hours of watch time. So I don't know. I don't know if we got there or not. We divided and conquered, that's for sure. But yeah, until next time, my friends, be safe, and I will see you next time.